Okay. Sorry, I'm having to check and see if like it was picking up my stream or not, and it looks like it is now. Okay. Back to doing art commissions. I've mostly gotten this character down. There's some finer details I need to do, but right now it's just a matter of getting the characters on the field that I want. So in case you're wondering what all those sounds are, I'm moving one of my characters around on the screen for drawing. It is back to the drawing board. Is it Pi Day? It is Pi Day. Happy Pi Day. Let's see. I am so tired today, you guys. My brain is just like fried. I'm so sleepy. Hmm. I think that looks fine. Okay. so hard to get what I want. still not happy with, I'm not happy with the eyebrows. Not too keen on the nose either. It's nice to see you. I'm sorry, I'm totally out of it right now. I'm so tired. I haven't been getting enough sleep. But it is a day of drawings and not gaming, so. Well, you are catching me when I am still trying to put down ideas to paper. I've got an idea of what I want, but trying to get it to look the way I want it in my head. That's all right. Gotta get the somewhat okay. I think the whole that's better. It's closer. I think it's a matter of there's so many intricate parts to her outfit that's going to have to come in later. So I guess for now, just try and get her feet in there. Okay, let's see. I need the skin layer. Yes. Put that down. Something like that. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, let's clean up these lines. Take a look at how they look combined. Whoops. Well, I already said a couple things wrong. Which just means this is going to be a delight to fix up. Mm. Only thing I can think of. Hmm. So the most important part about my entire drawing process is to make sure that I get these lines down. And I'm probably going to be working on these lines all week long. Because I'm not entirely satisfied with it. There's a total possibility that I might trash the whole thing. I'm satisfied with how he's come out. He's come out exactly the way I want. I'm not too satisfied with how she's coming out. And I know it's partially like the intricacies of the dress that I'm not enjoying. Cause her dress, like just looking at it quite simply, hey, I'm drawing. I'm not done streaming, I'm streaming right now. No, I'm streaming drawings. Mondays is always streaming drawings. I haven't been talking much, but I'm like so half awake here. I'm trying to wake up, but yeah, it is kind of a belly dancer's outfit. eyes. Her outfit kind of looks something like that. And it's very, very, very detailed. And I really don't like how that one came out. So, I'm just going to put that to the side right now. Because I really did not enjoy that one. That particular go through was not good. It's pretty much a redo. Semi-frustrating because I spent so much time on it, but it's okay. Let's see. I think I'm okay with that. Okay. This is a very awkward hand motion I'm trying to do. Yes. Why? What's wrong with them being proud about their men cats? Let's see. I think that's actually the way I wanted that hand to be. Oh my god. I'm so happy. I think this version is gonna come out better. I can already tell that I'm gonna like this one more. Oh, I'm so relieved that I actually decided to redo this, because I have a feeling like if I had kept going the way I was just gonna be so unhappy with how this character turned out. Yep, redoing was a good idea. Yeah. No, Flynn came out fine. I mean, he still needs tweaks, but it was kind of like the way he came out on the paper was perfect. I wouldn't change how he came out. Haven't gotten to Kai yet. Yeah. I can't afford any mistakes on any character, but Kai is in the foreground, so any mistakes done on him will stand out way more than on these two. And now that I've been drawing this, I've actually come up with kind of a different pose for Kai. So I'm gonna have to redo some stuff a little bit. Hey, Flynn. Apparently, Jolly and Vendal are questioning Kai's man-catness. I was about to say, I don't think Vandals is bad at all. I mean, Vandal was the one that I ran into that one day, and I said, "What did I say, Flynn?" And you immediately caught me. I think I just said, like, whoa or something. I don't remember. Flynn, do you remember what I said? No habla español. Oh. Oh, Flynn. You were just like, no habla español. That's... Oh my gosh. Flynn's like, I'm not in this. Are you watching the drawing, Flynn? Oh. I don't know, man. I think I'm the best looking cat. You know, I saw somebody who was very closely mimicking what my character looked, and I just wanted to walk up to them and just tell them, like, hey, 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 hey. Stop riding my style. I didn't. But I wanted to tell them they stole it. I've never seen that person there before. The reason why that. Yeah. So I finished Resay and then I completely hated it, Flynn. So I'm redoing Resay. But I liked how Flynn came out. Flynn came out nicely. Resay did not come out nicely. Resay came out not good. Gil Seller, please leave me alone. Oh my god, that Sundabu Jjigae is like in my belly, Flynn, all warm and toasty. Sundabu Jjigae. It's what I took a video of. Oh my god. Flynn. Did you see my video of the Sundabu Jjigae? I uploaded a video on GroupMe. Yes. It's Sundabu Jjigae. Yeah. It looked good, didn't it? Okay. Let me hide the roughs. How does that look? Line-wise... Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll call this... Welcome back. I think this version of Reese is gonna be good, Flynn. I got a good feeling. I also have a new idea of how I'm gonna actually have Kai on the posing. This is Flynn's drawing. But I think instead of just having him walk forward, Flynn, I'm going to have it so that way he's kind of turned towards us. I think it'll look better. No, it's fine. I'm gonna have the same pose, except I'm gonna have him kind of turned like almost like he's looking over his right shoulder and kind of talking back with us. Instead of just having him just completely like full forward. I don't know if that makes sense. It'll look good. I've been thinking about it. Hi, Q underscore. What time is it over where you're at? It must be early, like 7 a.m. or something crazy. I don't remember. It's always like every time I ask you what time it is, it's like the most ridiculous time of the hour. I'm just like, what are you doing up at this hour? And I wonder, like, when you sleep. It's 6 a.m. I was close. It was 1 hour off. I'm actually not sure what time zone you're in. You woke up at 3. What are you doing up at those hours? I believe in you. The girl reminds you of Sailor Moon? I'll take that as a compliment. The Super Saiyan Caterpie. You know what? We're gonna draw the Super Saiyan Caterpie right now, because Super Saiyan Caterpie needs to be a thing. All right. Super Saiyan Caterpie. Super Saiyan Caterpie. It's Super Saiyan Caterpie. His power level is over 9,000. I'm a baka. Because I'm a baka, Flynn. I'm a baka. Actually, I blame Stardew Valley for not getting enough sleep. Oh man. Stardew Valley is so good. I just want to get married in Stardew Valley. It's pretty important. Me? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, you know what? I bet I know why you guys like, well, not why you guys like, but why you thought it was Sailor Moon. Like, I bet it's the way she has her hand up there, where she's almost doing like the Sailor Moon salute. That's probably what it is. It's very Sailor Moon like. I'm not gonna cut the stream early so I can get some sleep. Wow. That's selfish. It is kind of like Harvest Moon. It's a lot like the older Harvest Moon. Like the original SNES or Game Boy Harvest Moon, but modernized. It's really nice. I know I'm not selling it quite well when I say it like that, and trust me, anytime you watch a stream of it, it's not doing the game justice. It's way better to actually play. Moon Tiara Crescent. Hair. So hair and skin. Now we are going to do dress. Might be able to. We'll do the tiara here first. I gotta take this watch off. It's hurting me. Okay. It's been so long since I've seen Sailor Moon. What is that like? Back in high school? I remember I used to watch it and Gundam Wing. I think Gundam Wing came on after it. On Toonami, anyways. Did you just activate an FC buff or something? Oh. Loud sounds. Okay. Let's go with Tiara. This layer. Okay. Bye bye, Q underscore. excess hair. Alright. Alright, I need to get a get a drink of water, so I'm just gonna let it sit on this image for a second. Water, 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 water. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so where was I? Oh, I've got the skin laid out. So hair's done. Hair and skin. probably next step is just the basic of her dress. I have a layer name dress and it literally has nothing on it. So I think I was going to do her dress and I just kind of stopped. I have no idea. And now I have a cat invading my computer. No, cat, go away. Hmm. Oh no, see, no, Flynn would go for that. I would go for that. Honestly, I am praying for Bernie Sanders with Elizabeth Warren as vice president. That would be the best. Yes, it would. Look. Look, here's the options. Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, or Bernie Sanders. Which of those three do you want? I'll tell you which one I want. Bernie Sanders with Elizabeth Warren. Well, we don't have much of a choice, do we? Because the Republicans have put all their eggs into Donald Trump's basket. So I don't want any of that. And I'm not too fond of Hillary. Never have been. But Bernie Sanders is your third choice. The problem is that you don't have what they like to call the money, and you would either have to take in what do they call them? I like to call them bribes because that's what it is. You have to take in bribes from corporations to basically do what they want. Because that is pretty much what happens. The reason why Donald Trump is successful is that he's got so much money he doesn't have to. Which is basically proven one thing about, like, our state of affairs is, for a presidency, that literally if you have enough money, you can run for president and be a total jerkwad and nobody can stop you. Because that's depressing to think about. Donald Trump doesn't remind me of anybody besides a misogynistic, racist a-hole. I almost said the word, Blinn. I'm sorry. I really do not like that man. I love how she's been like saying things about I love how she's been like calling out Bernie Sanders on stuff, saying like, oh, you've never helped out in blah 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 or blah blah blah. I don't remember where you were back in whatever day when I was running for this. And there are like pictures of him standing behind her and each one of those things that she's claiming that he never was at. It's kind of like, oh yeah, do you remember that signed autograph you gave Bernie Sanders thanking him for his support? Oh yeah, he was there apparently. Oh my gosh. No, I'm pretty much at this point I'm just hoping that Bernie somehow pulls out a win. Well, if Trump ends up successful, come to Sweden. Okay, I'll go to Sweden. Well, the thing that boggles my mind is like, I hate saying that. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna keep it to myself. That thing I will keep to myself. I am on stream. No, they can hear me. They can hear me. I've actually stopped to look at this election because this is one that I was genuinely concerned about, because most of the time it's just one jerkwad versus another jerkwad, and it's just kind of like, well, I don't really care as long as, you know, because it's pretty much the same thing. So it was just kind of like that. But then with Trump and everything, and Hillary, who I've never been a fan of for many years, for many reasons. Not for the ones that people are blaming her for, which are dumb and trite, but like the ones from years ago that I'm still trying to get over, and I'm still struggling with it. But whatever. No, like, the reason why I paid attention this time was because if Trump were to win, what am I going to tell the rest of the world? Oh, we're not all like that? God. He just wants to send us back several years. Not several, several decades. Send us back several decades. It's and the thing that boggles my mind was the fact that like he has done this all with his own money, which means any rich jerkwad could run for presidency and be successful. Because he's an angry person and they want to be angry. I don't know. Do they hate Mexicans? Sorry, Ifrit Incarnate. I was talking about Donald Trump and why people support him, and I was like, I don't know, maybe they hate Mexicans? I hate Donald Trump. I don't I don't think it's a good idea, regardless of who ends up in charge, that you have somebody who talks down to. I, I don't think it's good to have somebody running as president when they set the standard as, well, I don't like Mexicans and just the terrible things he says about women, and like that is who we're gonna have represent the United States. That's garbage. I don't care how good of a president you may be. If you act that way, I really don't want you representing us, and that's pretty much it. Bijou. You're Canadian. It doesn't affect you too much, but don't worry. When Trump wins, we're coming we're coming up there. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna drive across the border and I do have a passport. I got a passport because I went on a trip to Mexico a couple years ago, like 3 years ago. I heard I heard you guys have like free healthcare and then but the only thing that I also heard that's really bad is that you guys have like the worst internet service of all time. Like the worst. Like your ISPs are the biggest jerks ever. That sounds awful. How bad is the ISP? Is that just like a joke that I hear amongst my Canadian friends, or is it legitimately that bad? Like, they do things that boggle my mind. Like, they tell me how they have to actually shut off their internet so that way they save their bandwidth, and I'm like, what? You guys have to save bandwidth? You mean you don't just like let the internet run all the time? Interesting. I heard wrong then. You have unlimited. Now, see, they didn't have unlimited, but I wonder if maybe there's just like, is there like parts of Canada that doesn't have unlimited service, and then you guys are like clocked on it or something? Ooh, I'm gonna click it. Yeah. Oh man, dude, I'm moving to Canada. Holy smokes, Everett. I'm gonna move to Canada. Where do you live? Like, like, uh, like where in Canada? What? No, I hate the cold actually. Because if Donald Trump wins, where else I'm gonna go? Toronto. Look at that, Flynn. We could just move an hour north of you and we could be having that internet and no Trump. Free healthcare too. Do you know how badly I need free healthcare? I'm the type of person who gets hurt and sick very easily. I'd I'd be so much better off there. Free surgeries. I've had a lot of surgeries in my life. Way more than I think a lot of people would at my age. Especially if you considered when I was only 16. When I was 16, holy smokes. Every year I would have like several surgeries. It was ridiculous. And it cost so much money. But the nicest thing about surgeries is whenever I had them and they put me under, holy smokes, I would get the best sleep of my life. I look forward to that so much. Every time they'd be like, hey, yep, we have to go and get a surgery for blah, blah, blah on your, I don't even know all the things I did to my feet. But they would be like, yeah, you're going to have to have a surgery on blah, blah, blah date. I would think in my head, I'm like, oh yes, I am going to get the best sleep of my life. Then you didn't actually remember. That's not remembering. That's whenever... Because if you saw a video that told you what happened, that wasn't a memory. No, that's Look, if I watched a video of my mother giving birth to me, and I'd be like... No, I don't remember that. No, if I saw my mother giving birth to me, I would not remember that. That would just be me learning of it. Flynn, explain this. No. No. Flynn, don't laugh. Explain why he's wrong. Flynn, where'd you go? Flynn, explain to him why he's wrong. my gosh. No. Look. I don't remember half of the stuff when I was a kid, okay? Look. I don't even remember a third of my memories. I don't even remember a tenth of my memories as a kid. Yes, there were videotapes of them. But the videotapes aren't, like, I don't remember that from my point of view at all. Like, I look at them and I'm like, yes, I know that I did this because I'm looking at a videotape of me doing it. Like, my dad told me how I used to play on the Nintendo Entertainment System with my hands and my feet when I was like 1 year old. I don't remember that, but he told me it happened, and therefore I guess it happened, but I don't remember it. No, I don't remember it. No, I don't remember it. No, I don't. How? Flynn, I hate the stress all of a sudden. I really hate the stress all of a sudden. I did not hate this before. I remember when I broke my finger. I remember when I broke my finger. I don't need a picture to remember that. I don't need a picture to remember the pain I felt. I don't need a picture to remember when I went to my 4th grade teacher and my finger was purple and it was hurting really bad and I had tears in my eyes and I said, Mr. Taylor, and yes, I remember his name. I was like, Mr. Taylor, I don't feel so good. My finger hurts a lot. And he said, well, if your parents send you to school, then they probably thought you were fine to stay at school. And I remember just like weeping at my desk all day long as my finger was like turning black and purple. And then once I got home, I was screaming on the top of my lungs until my father got home, and then he took me to the hospital. And that is how I remember breaking my finger. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. If I ever see Mr. Taylor again, I will be like, hey, remember when you wouldn't let me go home or call somebody when I broke my finger? You're a real jerk. Child Mina had some problems. The one thing that she did do that I regret was that I was a wimp when it came to pain. So I remember exaggerating a lot when it hurt. I don't know if exaggerating is the right word, but definitely when like I got hurt by anything, it was just like, I'd be on the top of my lungs crying. So anytime I broke something, nobody believed me. So when I broke my finger the first time, and then when I broke it the second time, they also didn't believe me. When the longest one was I went about 7 years of screaming about my feet pain until they finally took me to a doctor, where they found out that my feet had been like binded and contorted and just all kinds of messed up. It was terrible looking, and the doctor was like, how has nobody noticed this? And I was like, it always hurt. And they just like, their answer to everything was, well, she cries a lot about pain, so she was probably exaggerating. And my doctor was like, she was not exaggerating. What is going on? Oh my God. No, 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 James, listen to this, okay? Listen to the full thing. No, don't answer that yet. No, James, listen to this. No. James, that is not what is actually being asked. What is actually being asked is he says that he remembers things that happened by watching videos of things that had happened. So, in the event of like watching my mother give birth to me, I were to watch that video, I would go, "Oh, I remember that happening." No, I do not remember that happening. I am watching a video of my mother giving birth to me. Therefore, I am seeing the birth. Therefore, I know it happened, but I do not actually remember that event occurring. No, he's he's saying that all of his he remembers things that happened when he was a kid because he saw videos of them, and I'm like, that's not remembering, that's learning of it because you watched a video. But he was saying that if I watched a video of my birth and I would say I remember that I was remembering it. He said that that did count as a memory. No, it's not a memory. I'm telling you. No. Oh my God. Flynn! Flynn! Flynn, explain why he's wrong. You are wrong. Oh my gosh. Oh. God, I. Flynn. Flynn's like, I can't focus on this. I don't have very many memories of being little. What I do remember, like I remember, let's see, the furthest memory that I can think of was climbing out of my crib, and that world falling motion where like I threw my teddy bear off the crib side, and I like climbed down and landed on top of it, and I remember that feeling of like the world just whoosh. Um, but Toto already knows who you are, anyways, because you told him. Yes, you told him. Yes, he knows. You said he doesn't know you now, and he does know you. I will not get into a religious discussion on Twitch. What else memory do I have? I have a memory of there was this giant cardboard box thing with like I don't remember what it was originally in there. Maybe it was like one of those like plastic car mobile things that you could ride around with your feet or whatever. But there was a giant box and we cut out windows in it. And I remember a thunderstorm and hiding in there. The other memory I have that I know that wasn't like recorded or anything was one day I wanted a box of Lucky Charms, so I left the house and I started to walk all the way to the grocery store. Got stopped by a lady in a van, and she forced me to go back home. And I was very sad because I really wanted that box of Lucky Charms. I couldn't get him, and it was very sad. And another memory I have is when I went to Korea. I only have two memories of being in Korea, despite there being like a lot of stuff in Korea. I remember climbing on this giant stone lion thing, and a bunch of Korean people trying to make me get off of it, but I just remember like crawling. I must have been like 4 years old at that time. I remember crawling up the stone lion. And then the other thing I remember was when we went to the North Korean border, a man took my camera because we weren't allowed to have cameras. But the camera that I had wasn't like a real camera. It was one of these, it was like this orange, it was an orange camera thing that you take like these little white discs with like, there's little images, and you would click the little orange handle thing and it would like circle around the little white disc, and it would change pictures of landscapes. It wasn't really a camera. You would look through it like binoculars, though. I don't remember what it was called, but I had it, and then the guy at the border took it away because they don't like people walking around with cameras. And I remember that, and I remember crying because the mean man took it away from me. And those are pretty much the earliest memories I can think of. Can't think of anything else. Yeah, you've watched videos. Oh my god, I do not. Look, anything I've seen of videos, I just assume is true because I've seen it in videos. Don't actually remember it happening. The other one that I don't, well, I don't remember what age this was, but my dad told me it was when I was really young because, um, red with black handles in Sweden, can't remember what it's called. You know what I'm talking about though, right? It was like the little thing that worked like binoculars, and you had like the little white disc, and on the white disc had like little squares with pictures. And you would stick the white disc thingy through the top part, and then you could rotate it around with the handle. You would clunk it, clunk, 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 and it would like, it was like a, I don't know what it was called. You could look at like, you would look at pictures and stuff. You had to hold them kind of to the light to see. James is hot miking. You had like a TMNT theme disc. Viewmasters! That is what they were called. How'd you figure that out? Oh, Google. Google Senpai. That was the thing that the guy on the border took away from me. I was very upset. Supposedly there was an amazing birthday party that was held for me. I don't remember what happened. Um, but in Korea they do a very special birthday party when you're like 3 years old or something, and it's like a fortune telling sort of thing where they determine everything about your future with food, with food, which is like the best fortune telling I could ever think of. But it's kind of like they don't tell you like, well they make sure to do this when you're like really young, so because then you don't know what it all means. And basically they have like a feast laid out, like a huge feast, so much food, and then give you a plate, and everybody sits like on the outside of the room with the feast table in the middle, and you get this plate, and you just be a little kid, and there'd be like 100 people sitting in the room watching you like pick things up and put things on your plate. And every time you touch something, everybody would like just start like murmuring amongst each other, going like, "Oh my God, she picked up this thing. You know what that means? That means it's a blah blah blah." So anytime I touched something in the room, they freaked out. And I apparently, like, my father said I was very distressed when I was walking around the room, because every time I touched something, like, everybody would like start to go in a frenzy over whatever I touched, and like I didn't know what to do. Like, was I getting in trouble for something? So I carefully grabbed like a couple of things on the plate, because every time I tried to sit down, they were like, "No, you gotta pick, you gotta get something." So I was just like, just stop talking and scaring me. I'm just gonna pick these things and sit down, and then people will leave me alone. As a very shy child, apparently, and I didn't want to do it. But to this day, they all know all of the objects that I put on my plate. Apparently there was a pencil there, and I did pick up the pencil, and I took the pencil, which meant something as well. Like, I guess they didn't just have food, but they had like a couple of extra stuff. And when I picked up the pencil, apparently that meant that I was going to be like, um, artistic. Artistic. There were also books there, but I don't think I picked up any of the books because they were in Korean, and I'm 3 years old, and I don't even 3 or 4 years old, and I don't even, what is this? But I thought that was a really cool thing to have in terms of I wouldn't put too much stock into fortune telling or anything like that, but that sounds like a really cool that's a really cool tradition sort of thing to do, even if it doesn't mean anything. I really don't like how this dress has this thing right here. The more I'm working on it, the more I hate it. I don't looking at this drawing, it's just kind of like I don't know what to do with this dress because there's something here, but I really don't like how it's laid out. So I might modify it. Yeah, I really don't like how this dress looks when drawn, so I'm probably going to make this kind of my own here. I'm gonna make some creative adjustments to it. This right here. Alright, so this looks terrible up close. But when you zoom out, looks way better. Oh, my wrist is killing me right now. Ooh. I'm just shaking my wrist out for a second. Okay. Ghost Wheel. Draw you like one of my French girls. Spam? I haven't, what's the word I'm looking for? I haven't thought about BG in a minute. Aside from seeing, Tomine. I see Tomine and it's like, BG. Tomine is the best of BG. I'm allowed to use that word. That's fine. Yes, I am. Look, what else am I going to use? But that doesn't describe a person who's a jerk. Tomine is good peoples. Thank you. And yeah, I agree. I wish them the best in everything that happens. I really do. I didn't miss seeing you guys though. Killing Ifrit. That even takes me back even further than before. I never did any of the trolling or any of those types of posts in my time. I think the most I ever trolled, honestly and truthfully, was whenever we got a person who was just like, who clearly got themselves into their own mess on BG. Like they just absolutely, you know, I'm gonna give people all my gil, and they screwed me over, and I'm just kind of like, I don't feel bad for you. You kind of had this coming. Like, I'm sorry that you were naive about it, but you know, you shouldn't sit here and complain. Just get over it, because you learned a very valuable lesson of, I probably shouldn't trust people. And then like they get so angry, and they're just like just at that point they're just complaining about everybody, and they're like, I hate everybody who uses Windower because they're cheaters. Cheaters for using Windower. Oh my god, using VoIP programs is cheating. And then you knew you were gonna have some fun. So those are the people that I messed around with. I don't regret. And the angrier they got, the better it was. This one time at band camp, I have a cat that is trying to climb on my computer again. Get off of my computer. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Turning some of these back on. I never understand those disjointed sleeves, but Animu's gonna Animu's. Is definitely gonna Animu. Something like this. GM'd for throwing riddles or No, no. Ghost Wheel. That is the best thing ever. Throw some riddles. That was like the funniest thing ever. Now, on my server on Garuda, we didn't have too much of a JP Onry problem at all. We actually got along really well with our Japanese players. But I also think that we were a really super tiny server, and we just kind of worked out our differences. Bye, James. Alright, let's see. Okay. Angry Japanese players on Asura? Let's see. When when I got my copy of Final Fantasy 11, which was I kind of like talked to the Best Buy guy and he gave it to me early before it was actually on shelves. I remember I logged into the game, and here's the thing. I also think that I might have had a different experience because the character name I had in game was Minako, and I feel that the Japanese players were like, "Oh, she's probably Asian." So maybe they were just nicer to me. But I logged in and I was like, here I am in Winders, logged in, don't know what I'm doing, and immediately a Japanese player tried to start communicating with me and teaching me how to play the game. And like I've never had a problem with any Japanese players ever with any sort of like, oh, we only allow Japanese only. Anytime there was like a situation where it seemed like there was like a bunch of Japanese in their search comment, I would send them a tell and I would try to like English my way with them with like some just like as much auto translate as I could throw, and just kind of like a like, please can I come join and have fun, and they would be like, okay, like they would just give me the one okay and then send an invite, and that was it. Like I never had problems. It was easy. But I realize it's probably not the same experience everybody else had. Yeah. Oh, the other thing that probably helped me was I leveled White Mage first, and there was an extreme shortage of White Mages, so a lot of times when I was just like, I want to level, like I would have my invite up, and they'd be like, "Do you speak Japanese?" And I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Okay, it doesn't matter." Just send the invite. It's like whatever. White Mage doesn't really need to communicate anyways. She just needs to cure. Think that might have been another thing. I don't know. There's um a lot of things that I'm not sure. Okay. This is coming out a lot better. I like this a lot better than my first attempt at making this character. Gonna have to go back over Flynn too. I think I want to make little adjustments to his outfit. Like I know there's not as many like gold details, which are like my least favorite thing about doing this dress. Like, but I bet I can add some more flares. What I really want to do with his coat is I really want to get this really leathery look to it, which you can't really pencil in. That's more in the color stage that I'm gonna have to do that. We had the worst endgame scene on our server. The worst. And I think like some group transferred over from another server and took over. Um, I don't remember what server they came from, but they came from another server. And I guess they were like, they were getting beat down by like whatever server's H&M scene was over there. And then like, I don't know, maybe they heard about how we had a non-existent scene over on our server and they just came over and like suddenly H&Ms were just being taken down all the time. So even though they weren't the best of whatever server they came from, they were better than whatever we had. Let's see. I'll never forget the salvage bans on Garuda. I'll never forget because it was literally the day the server just like died. And I was like, this many people were involved in salvage bans, like our entire H&M scene. And then like suddenly like there's nobody. Nobody. I remember opening my friends list and looking at it and just like literally like the day before like I could open it up and see like 100 people on there. That day I opened it up and there were like 5. And I was like, oh my god. They took our server. They took our server. And then I remembered the total unnecessary garden bans or whatever. And I was lucky that I didn't that my character didn't get removed for that because I was doing the gardening exploit. But I guess I didn't do it enough that they cared. Like, they probably saw me doing the gardening exploit and they're like, well, she's really bad at it. She sometimes messes up, like, you know, half her plants so they don't actually they don't actually grow. And then, you know, she's kind of sucky at it. You know, it's punishment enough that she doesn't actually do it correctly. I don't know if that was their reasoning or if I don't know. Or if you really had to be, like, doing it a lot. Because I had it on all of my retainers, or not retainers, mules. I had it going on all of my mules, and, yeah, they didn't nail me for it. I remember being kind of shocked. And it was always hard to tell, like, if people were exaggerating because, like, there would be someone who said, like, oh, I barely did it at all and I got banned. And it'd be like, yeah, but I kind of did it quite a bit and I didn't get banned. So, like, how little is your definition of little out of curiosity? Was little owning, like, a second account to run it on all of the mules on a second account? Or, like, 25% of the entire alliance damage on Karen fight. I was actually talking to somebody the other day about absolute virtue. I was trying to tell somebody like nobody knows the true pain of Square Enix's worst. What do we call this? Their we hate our player base days. What do, what do we even call that? Where they literally just like constantly like yeah, everything you did, yeah, we don't like it, so goodbye. Like, it's like in the days of absolute virtue, how many times did we like successfully defeat that dude and then they were like, yeah, no, that you didn't do it right though. Do it again, except right. And then I remember like 3 years after of us like just trying and trying and trying, they released that video. Oh my god. That video of like how to properly beat absolute virtue, and they had like people running around in their artifact armor. Their artifact armor. There was a red mage wearing freaking artifact armor, and then like they had the screen fade to black. And I just remember just thinking to myself, like, there's no way they beat that thing with an alliance full of people that just are wearing artifact. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. The random summons. It's just like, what are you guys doing? Like, you didn't remember how we used to pour all our energy into like trying to figure out what was going on in that video? Oh, the least helpful video in the history of it. uh, I was trying to explain to someone like the level of like how stupid it was, like because I was like they had a video of people wearing artifact armor. I was like, it's like people running around in like their I-90 equipment, you know, on Final Fantasy 14 and beating Midas, and they're like, you just gotta do it this way. Dude, yes, that is exactly what happened. They fought it for like 20, it was a day worth of hours, and there was like the video games are killing your kids uploaded onto like every gaming journalist everywhere, and like immediately like Square went and started like doing like enrages on everything, and like you know what, that actual moment in history actually changed MMOs across the world. Every MMO after that included enrages on all of their bosses because they wanted to avoid that sort of bad publicity that PW had. That's just this is a super weird design. Just toss that video out, yeah. The first time anybody saw Absolute Virtue do Benediction, they were on a 30-hour continuous fight with him. So then they saw the first Benediction, and then they were like, that overwhelming feeling of we just did 30 hours of this all for him to just Benny. I, oh, my sides. My sides. I remember telling somebody about like how hardcore final was. I remember like before our like I don't want to call them raid nights, but the equivalent of raid nights. I remember I would have to go out and do leveling parties to make sure I had like a big enough XP bar so that way when I inevitably died that I wouldn't de-level during the middle of the raid. It's like nothing's worse than like de-leveling and not being able to use your ability. Oh, and remember I told them about the 2-hour business. I was like, you ever had an ability so precious, so important to you that you could only use it once every 2 hours? And like you were just like sitting on it because you're just like, man, you never know when you might need that ability. That ability is important. I don't know how many days there would go by that I didn't even touch that 2-hour ability just because I would be like, what if I need it? Do you remember every time you leveled you had to go and like take out all of your weapons and just like hitting something for like hours on end just to get like weapon skill ups and stuff? Do you remember AFK walling on the campaign walls? Cause I do. campaign walls were the best until they made sure that you couldn't do that anymore. Then it was the saddest day ever. Don't you dare report me. I need to get them level ups. Oh, I did get reported once, and the GM came to talk to me, like, cuz I was sitting outside of Chasm, and I was just sitting outside, like, summoning my summons, trying to level my summon skill up, because this was before they could actually skill up off of using an ability, and the only time you could skill up was just by, like, casting the spell, and it was just really, really irritating. And screw you, Square, for doing that, because that was hours and days of my life I will never get back. But I remember being out there and just, like, I had them on a macro, so I'd hit one button, like Control 1, Control 2, Control 3, Control 4. And I did this while, like, either, like, I don't know, reading a manga or watching anime. And the GM sent me a tell, and they were just like, "Hello, Minako. Uh, something, 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 please respond, blah, 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 blah." And I was like, I responded back, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, we had a report that you might be, botting your spells and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna tell you what, if you get my skill ups all the cap, I swear to you, I will not cast outside of Chasm out here ever again. I'm like, I'm sitting here, I'm just watching some Cowboy Bebop, and I'm like, just lay off, man. I'm having a rough day. I'm having a rough day over here, and you're not making it better. I gotta level up my summon skill abilities. And he's like, "Oh, it's no problem, it's just checking." Yeah, I don't think. No. No, I don't know of anybody who actually did the full sleep or school or whatever thing. You want to know what I did do? And I feel only slightly guilty about this. Was in Abyssy, I did pay some guild farmers to level up my jobs. I paid them the guild, and then, like, just AFK'd and went to was that, I think I just went to work or college. I don't remember. I don't remember. Dude, there was a guy on my server who had, like, the best AH bot of all time. It was so efficient. I don't think I saw anybody ever do the AH botting besides this one dude. Because his character's name was on everything. Everything. And I was like, if I ever figured out who this guy was, he must be the richest person on our server. Because he was the only one out there doing that. I didn't do it. Oh, well. Truth be told, I didn't quite understand how that all worked. I was dummy. I was a dummy back then. The most nefarious thing that I ever did was use Windower, and then like use like the retexture the retexture on certain things. Like I remember I changed one monster to look like a giant dragon so that way I could cheese this one dungeon. Oh yeah, I used Windower, dude. Oh my god, I'll never forget. My group of friends. They were H&M campers and stuff, and we'd have to go somewhere, and they'd be like, "Hey, everybody, get over here." Um, Also, Mina, we'll see you in like 20 years from now when you finally make it here because everyone just clipped and used everything they could to get to the zone fast here I am trudging along slow mode. I don't know how you can live without Windower. I really don't. There are some games where it's just like you don't need Windower options, but Final Fantasy XI, who didn't have Internet Explorer or some sort of like, um, web viewing tool to look up stuff? You know? Who didn't? Because if you didn't, then you were probably a really annoying person on Final Fantasy XI constantly asking people how to do stuff because I sure didn't know the answer to everything in the game. Like, anytime I had to do a quest, I'm like, what is this quest? Let me just pop this into Encyclopedia and figure out where it is until Encyclopedia revealed themselves to be jerkwads, and then I never used them again. But besides the point. The Brady guy. Oh man. That made me chuckle a little too hard, you guys. Brady guy. Oh, Butter Sheep. Oh, Tomaine, don't make fun of me. Do you realize that I definitely was... So let me tell you how I leveled my first job to 75. I was a level 75 White Mage, level 25 War as a sub job. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was the best White Mage ever. Best White Mage ever. I'm not gonna lie, I really didn't care if anybody used cheats or whatever, but I was pretty casual. I didn't really care. Least of my concerns. Welcome back. Yes. And I've made good progress on Flynn's commission. Yeah, but I started making good headway in this drawing, and then I got my energy. Ask Flynn. Oh man, Tomaine, let me tell you, it took a long time before I got my sub jobs leveled. All right. You were a dark main? Yeah, I was. I played white mage, and I got pigeonholed. I got pigeonholed into that so hardcore, you guys. I got stuck in white mage, and it made me so unhappy because I didn't want to actually play white mage. The job I really wanted to play, I really wanted to play summoner, but let me tell you how well that went over. Oh, you want to play summoner? That's real funny. That's cute. Go back to your white mage. You're not coming summoner on it at this event. Were you kidding me? No. Don't even bring it up again, or we smack you. And I was like, but I wanna be a DPS. And they're like, yeah, right. You did not use that macro. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck on my breathing. If you had that macro, I would laugh at you. Is that a safe face kappa or is that a real kappa? I had a the worst macro I had was I had a macro that would send a tell to my friend, um, that would basically say, what did it, how did it go? Um, Minako gets the enemy's attention with like Minako gets T's attention um, with a flash by flashing or something like that, and it would be my provoke macro. And so every time I used provoke, my friend would get a tell from that. I remember like I didn't play warrior or whatever. I didn't have like provoke on any job that I played for the longest time. And then one day like I completely forgotten about that macro, and when I happened to be doing something tanking or something, I don't remember. I ended up using that macro, and my friend happened to be logged on at the same time, and he's like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "I can't believe you still have that." I was like, "I never took it off, dude." You camped oat codes? I didn't bother with that, dude. I will say at the peak of our of the worst spotting on our server, if you weren't botting, you weren't going to be able to camp anything. Like you might as well give up. Which I think would be the most irritating thing to me was that people used the thing that claimed before the thing spawned or whatever. That right there, that was the worst. That was something that bothered me. Like any other type of game exploit cheat or whatever didn't bother me, but the claiming before the thing spawned, that was just, I hated that. Ah, you got that one. Oh, my YouTube chat wasn't working earlier. Is it working now? I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I actually tried to, I always try to check both YouTube and, Twitch, but like sometimes YouTube won't even kick in. Like I'll sit and wait 5 minutes before I actually start streaming to like see if I can get the chat windows open. But sometimes the YouTube one does weird things. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh my gosh. I can see it now. when I was trying to watch the YouTube chat earlier, it didn't work. And I was like, oh, I'm sad. And, like, I guess YouTube's not streaming. Sometimes it does that, where it doesn't stream at all. That makes me sad. Oh, no, it's fine. I can read both chats. It's fine. Let's see. Oh, I am actually drawing a commission. So, I found this dress to be a little weird. Trying to decide how I want this to look. I like the back part that I've done so far, but let's see. Dress. Oh, hopefully you get to study abroad, Trella. Do I plan on using Setsuna or Takumi? Setsuna is the other bard option, right? I think. Not the bard. Sting it. Ranger. Archer. I'll get it. I was just like, ah, what is it called? I really like Takumi. Takumi. Takumi is very tsundere. You would use him. He's really OP. Is he really OP? I'll tell you who's OP. Ryoma is OP. Ryoma. Like, I don't get it why enemies will just want to charge at Ryoma and just kill themselves. Like, do they don't want to, like, survive? Or are they just wanting to get out of the war easy? They're like, sure, there's plenty of people I could attack here, but let me just go run my face into Ryoma because that sounds better. Alright, let's fit this on screen and kind of take a look at it. Edgelord? Poor Takumi. Poor Takumi. Nobody loves him. It's okay, I love him. Alright. What? Why would it ban you for that? That's silly. Is that, I wonder if that's something I can fix. Give Felicia a flame shuriken? I'll take that advice. I feel bad that I haven't used Felicia at all because I have Jacob and it's just kind of like I don't know what to do. She's amazing. I'll give it a shot. I will give it a shot. Oh. Okay. So, I believe I've actually gotten this character to the finish point where she can get flats and colors. Flynn-chan, take a look at the picture. Maid and Butler class are by far the best classes. I really like the Maid and Butler class a lot. Thank you. I've gotten I have 2 of the 3 characters down. The next character I need to do is going to be a little difficult. But once I get that character down, it's basically I just need to put down some flats. The female character here probably need to do a couple of adjustments. Hold on. I haven't saved it all today. That would have been bad. So I'm actually going to shrink her down a bit. Because she looked a little bit big to me. Oh, that's okay. I'll show you a finished drawing that I did. Just to give you an idea of how this is going to be coming along. This is a finished drawing that I did. So I'm getting there. Oh, there's some Caterpie nonsense up at the top that I did for fun. I'm going to be trying a different type of color style when I do the center character. It'll make him pop a little more, I'm hoping. Oh man. Oh, you want to know the background on Super Saiyan Caterpie? Well, back when I was in high school, I used to like drawing Pokemon. And the thing was I was never really good at it. Like, when I tried to draw... When I used to draw Pikachu... Like, whenever I tried to draw Pokemon, though, they wouldn't come out quite right. But the one thing that I could always draw was a Caterpie. I could draw a super cute looking Caterpie. How do how do you not know? Wind is yellowy, watery is not. It's dirty. And then one day when I was like trying to draw like for people on stream, I was like, this Caterpie is powering up. And I drew it like this. And someone was like, oh shiz, it's going Super Saiyan. And so then I was like, Super Saiyan Caterpie. That's that's what happened. It was just one day I was like, we're going Super Saiyan. I can't do most Pokemon. The one that I'm really distressed that I can't do is Pikachu. It doesn't look like a Pikachu at all. This Pikachu looks like it was rejected. It's been bred too many times. Look at that. His parents didn't love it. Oh, it looks stupid. Pikachu looks terrible. Aww. Look at that. Nope, it's a terrible Pikachu. I used to draw little comics of myself in like the Pokemon world. used to go on little Pokemon adventures. There we go. Where I would catch other types of Pokemon. Uh, I messed up that mouth. I was messing up the eyes horribly too. I'm gonna give it super happy eyes. And then, so hands are hard. Well, the thing is, like, you either go too detailed or you go not enough detailed. Like, if I were to do like a quick sketch of like hands, like, let's see. I'm gonna just do the simplest of hands. So this is like the simplest hand that I can do. Kind of do that. It's just kind of like a weird thing for me where like a part of me wants to do like a super detailed hand, which would be more like like that sort of thing. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaurs are cute. They have little, like without looking, they have like a little cattish sort of face. And you kind of draw their little thing, like so. And then you can make them really cute by not trying to draw too much of their haunches. And then you draw their little bulb on their back, like so. You just you just give them some random splotches on the little Bulbasaur. This is without looking. I'm sure I could do a much better Bulbasaur if I actually looked at one. In my mind, I could see the Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, Saur. This cute little Bulbasaur. I'm not very good at drawing Charmanders. I'm sorry, Vexenix. But yeah, like in terms of quick sketching, you know, there's that style of quick sketching that I do. And then there's this type of quick sketching that I do. And usually when I'm going to do commissions for people, this type of quick sketching is kind of more my speed. This usually lays down the general idea of what I want to actually kind of like draw for their final product. You guys sound like you're having a lot of fun in that, Bismarck. That sounds like a lot of fun. Kind of do that sort of thing. um... I guess I don't quite remember how it all works out, but let's see how close I can get without looking. Uh, uh, I don't remember what this thing looks like without a picture. Um, I don't quite remember her outfit. I don't remember. Looks like a cross between Cynthia and Nor Camilla. It is Camilla. Very good. I'm pretty bad at I don't remember exactly how her outfit looks. Because I don't have like a picture of her up. Like I remember bits and pieces of her outfit. But like without like a picture of what she actually looks like. I'm closing my eyes and this is what I see when I'm trying to like envision Camilla. Like gigantic boobs. Core personality. Oh, it's true. Cynthia. Yeah. I'm like hoping that you can see. I'm hoping it does look like Camilla. Because, like, it's like, it should look like Camilla. I don't remember what her outfit it looks like. I don't remember the exact hue of her hair either, so I'm just gonna throw this down. Yeah, it looks close enough. My Mina, come here. Doesn't it sound like something that she would say? See, I don't remember her exact appearance. It's something like this. Something like this. This is what I would call a super quick. How long did this take me? I don't know. 10 minute sketch? I don't know. It looks, she's like paler than that. Whatever. Close enough. Something like that. Like, this is kind of like when I'm trying to like come up with how am I gonna draw something like this. You kind of start simple, like you know, this is pretty much how I start out with the drawing. It's just kind of like I want to get the pose right, and then from there, you know, you kind of get like a rough idea of what I wanted. So this is kind of like the same level as that Camilla picture that I was doing. And then from there, you just kind of, you know, work on doing like, oops, kill all these parts. You make the lines, which you pretty much see the lines there, and you're also seeing the lines of these characters come together. So those are at the line stage. They're practically almost here. I just have to finish another character. And then from there, you introduce flats. And from flats, you start adding different shadings and colors. And with the shades and colors, I start adding like some filters and some final shading right there. And then on top of that, you know, I do just a little bit of extra, like, I really want some things to pop a little bit. Add the final bit to that, and you know, just slap on the background, and pretty much that's it. That's all it. These are the things. So like, this'll get there. I know it's not like terribly exciting to watch me do like the little details here and there, but like the little details I'm doing for this particular drawing, I'm actually going a little more detailed than I would normally do. This level of work means a lot more. Oh, you're asking about commissions. I currently already have a couple of commissions lined up, and I kind of want to get at least 2 of the commissions out of the way. The 2 commissions that I'm doing right now are probably the most detailed and probably the most expensive ones that I'm going to end up doing because it's requiring the most amount of work. Shoot, where is that line? That is there. Where is that? There. That's the one. So, because I'm doing like so much detail with this particular drawing, I don't actually want to start doing commissions until I've gotten 2 of these drawings out of the way. Because this is one of 2 drawings that are going to take the most time. Yeah, it's fun to draw. I like drawing. It's very relaxing, but at the same time, I think a lot of people, when they see drawings and they're like, how much does that cost? And they hear the price and they're like, that seems expensive. And it's like, there's a lot of work that goes into this. It's not something that I can just slap together and be like, oh, it's fine. I'll just slap it together and people will pay me for it. Because if I did that, I mean, like I could easily slap together drawings that looked like this Camilla and charge for it. You know? I could. And honestly, this might be better than a lot of things that people charge for, but it's not satisfying to do something like that. Like this picture right here that I did that looks really, really sloppy. If I were to actually do like a better job with this, it would be what I would call a $10 sketch. I would do a way better job of shading here. I wouldn't have done it so sloppily. Like, this is borderline the $10, which is the cheapest thing that I do is a $10 quick sketch. And it's kind of like something that if I can do in an hour, then that's the $10. For something like this particular drawing that took me, you know, 40 some hours, I would probably charge around $60 for something like this or more. It kind of depends. The one that I'm doing right now, this one for a commission, because it involves 3 characters and super, thank you, Yuki. Since I'm doing three different characters in this one, and I'm doing a full color. Basically, I'm going to do the same amount of work as this one. It's going to be in the $150 range, especially if I pour in more details. Depending on if I have to do a background for it, and depending how intense the background is, it can get even worse in terms of pricing. But like, this will take me like 2 weeks to complete, and the amount that I'm going to ask for is kind of like, I know, Timmy, it's not quite, it doesn't math out quite right. I know, but yeah. So the thing is, I like the idea of doing like a bunch of quick, I like doing a bunch of quick sketches, but something like this one, even though I priced it into a range that like may seem pretty intense, at the end of the day, the amount of hours I put into it are not going to equal out in a very favorable way for me. That's art for you. That's art for you. At the end of the day, the other thing is like, if I get more, if I'm able to like stream more and actually like earn a wage from streaming, and if I'm actually getting commissions and getting paid for commissions, then I don't know, I will be able to do maybe even cheaper commissions or something like that. But it's kind of like where I'm at right now. I'm just kind of, I'm trying to make it through all this without having to resort back to doing my old job and stuff, and not doing the fun things like drawing pictures for people and streaming for people. Because right now I'm not really making money. Like, in the past, since December, I haven't made anything at all, money-wise. Well, technically November. I haven't made any money at all. So it's kind of eh. Yeah. But like, I could tell you, like, right now, this particular drawing that I'm doing is going to take me a lot of time. But when it's done, it's going to be gorgeous, and hopefully I'll be able to show it to a lot of people, and people will be like, "Wow, I want that drawn for me." And then maybe it can at least support me until I get streaming out off, you know, kicking and running. That's the goal anyways. And doing streaming, it's like, well, I'm having fun streaming. The other thing I have to do is I have to do like video edits to upload to YouTube, and every one of those like 30-minute video edits takes me like an hour or so to like make. So it's the trade-off that I've been doing there hasn't been very good, but I'm having fun doing it. I think like a lot of things that I'm doing, even though I'm not actually profiting at all, I'm having fun doing it, and I'm much happier doing this than when I was doing a job where I was getting constantly yelled at by people and customers, and just not happy, and generally not enjoying life as I wanted to. I enjoy life way more this way. I like entertaining people. I like drawing for people. This makes me happy. And even if it doesn't, like, because here's the thing, I could easily go back to something like my old job and easily be making a lot more money, and just easily like clocking in the hours and doing whatever, you know? It wouldn't be hard to do that. Because I did get paid a lot of money for my old job, and the work wasn't necessarily too intense, and then I could just do my 40 every week, come home, play video games, and not do anything. But that doesn't make me happy. This makes me happy. Even if it means that I don't get to do a lot of the things that I used to do. Happiness is the most important thing. And you were asking me when am I doing my next Fire Emblem stream. My next Fire Emblem stream will be on Friday. I do Fire Emblem streams every Friday. Monday is my drawing commission stream, or just kind of like my drawing whatever stream. Until I finish a lot of the big commissions I have lined up. Monday's probably going to be my my commission stream for a bit. And pretty much the other 3 days in between are going to be my just whatever I've got on my plate. Like, I could play some more Stardew Valley, which I love, but I realize that's not a pretty entertaining stream to watch, but I'm enjoying it so much. I have Popa LaCroix that I still need to do, Darkest Dungeon, FTL. I have lots of games. I have more Zelda adventures to do. I have a lot of things. And the other thing I've been considering actually is I might be moving my stream hours to later at night. Potentially. Kind of depends. I think I might be able to get a bigger audience later at night. It's hard to capture an afternoon audience. So I might be doing that. I'm not sure. But I'm really glad you guys came in to watch me stream my commission. It's a lot of fun working on this with people chatting with me. Sometimes I get so caught up in the drawing that I forget to pull back, and with people watching, sometimes I remember to like pull back and check the image, and you always want to take a step back from your drawing and see how it looks from a distance. And sometimes I just forget to do that if I'm really deep in it. And I mean, like, this version of Risei came out so much better than the other one I did. Like, there's that one. And then take a look at my first attempt. Whoa. Terrible. I did that one, and I took a look at it, and I was like, I hated it. Did this one, love it so much more. So much more. This is so much better. Of course, I went more detailed after I started loving it, but... I'll see you guys, though, tomorrow. Same time, same place. I went extra long on my stream today. I think I hit 6 hours, which may be my record. See you guys later, okay? Bye-bye. Bye, Yuki. I hope I see you again next time.